Good morning, good afternoon, traders. Sorry for a little delay, but I am here. Hopefully the sound is okay. Please let me know if it's not, because then I'm just going to check it. First of all, welcome everyone in the TEFS YouTube trading room, VIP room. I hope you had a great, relaxing weekend and ready with full energy recharged for this finally full trading week coming, traders. And seems like that we are starting in a little red after 9 days winning streak on the SPY. Seems like that it's just retreating a little bit. So let's see how the pre-market looking like. SPY 0.66% to the downside, triple Q a little bit more, 0.80. Also, some optimism just hit the market on Friday because of the hopes and finally some clarification on the guessing whether China is ready to talk with the US about the tariffs or not yet. So the answer is definitely yes. We don't know where, when, and if, and so on. But at least we have a promise. So this seems like it's a good one. Hi, Vincent. Good morning to you. Good morning, team. Hi, Clifton. Hi, Scott. Hi, DVG. Good morning, everyone. So let's just start the preparation session. So indeed, this week is going to be the Fed day, the Fed week actually, and Wednesday is the Fed day. Let's just be precise, because on Wednesday there will be the federal funds rate decision. And let's see whether Powell is going to go for the pressure or like the pressure from Trump for the interest rate cut or not. This is the biggest question for the week. Also, I must tell you, it's a very, very tiny little chance to see a rate cut. Actually, at the moment, it's 1% that it's going to be a rate cut at all. And the reason for that, as you could see, tariff stocks are just rattling markets. Also, the SPY and the triple Q finally trying to fight like a hero back towards to this 200 EMA. And with Friday, the SPY just get over the 200 EMA. I just showing you on the daily chart. So it has just reached $569 level. As you can see on the daily chart, this SPY on the 570 is definitely a very strong resistance and a test for the market whether we are going to see a rollover here and seeing another leg down, or we are getting back towards to the high of the year, and not just the high of the year, but actually the all-time high too. So this is a big test for the market traders, and I would say not just because of the Fed day and not just this week, but in my opinion, next week is going to be quite interesting as well, because lots of data is going to seen there as well. This week about the Fed day, it's going to be more economic news coming, not too many though, but some of them I'm just going to tell you which ones. Today though, we are going to get 9:45 final services PMI and 10 o'clock ISM services PMI. Okay. Hi, Anne. Good morning to you. Tara, good afternoon. Nice to see. Thank you, Clifton. Good morning to you. Jennifer, nice to see you. Steve C, good morning. Welcome, everyone. I was just starting the preparation session already. Quick reminder and a quick, let's call it summary. Market just giving back a little bit after this green strike we have seen the last weeks. And now the SPY and the triple Q are starting in red, 0.66 on the SPY and 0.88 now on the triple Q. And for the day, we will get two important economic news. The most important one is going to be at 10 o'clock ISM services PMI. Tomorrow, it's not going to be a huge day. Actually, trade balance at 8:30 and the 10-year bond auction at 1:01 p.m. But Wednesday, as I mentioned you, this is the highlight of the day, guys, with federal funds rate decision 2 p.m., 2:30 FOMC press conference, And Thursday, the usual unemployment claims plus a little bit more. And Friday goes for wow, bunch of FOMC member speakers, traders. That's crazy what I see from 8:30 till actually 7:45. Lots of FOMC member speakers coming on this Friday, as I see, starting at 6:15 already. Wow, that's going to be a busy day for the FOMC members, that's for sure. Hi, and the second, good morning to you. Nice to see you. Jonathan, hi. Brian, good morning. Marco, good morning to you as well. So let's just see what happened with this market. Why is just giving back a little move, which was just very nicely to the upside last week. So stock market today, Dow, S&P, and the Nasdaq set to open lower. Oil is just going lower, guys, as well. It was just around 55, 55, $56 on OPEC plus production, and the dollar drops as well. So this seems like that this is not a good start for the market either, not just for the oil. Berkshire Hathaway, it is due to a big change as Buffett just passes the torch to another chairman. And indeed, this is a huge historical day, definitely in not just the Berkshire Hathaway life, but indeed in the investing life investing community, as the new chair is going to be Greg Abel. He's going to replace the investing legend Warren Buffett. Indeed. Good morning, Dor. Nice to see you. So this is another huge news on the market indeed. What else here? Billionaire Bill Ackman's modern Berkshire Hathaway has a long way to go to rival Warren Buffett. Well, yes, there are new ones definitely, but there is no doubt that I have never met any bigger investor and wiser one than Warren Buffett indeed, and the most humble in my opinion too. Okay, guys, now let's see what else in here. Saving accounts, okay, we don't care about that. Trump threatens 100% tariff on foreign-made movies. This is the next step on the tariff war. Traders, this might is going to has an impact on the cinema stocks or anything like that. Breaking news we have in the meantime on CNBC that Skechers to be acquired by 3G Capital in take private deal, and the shares are soaring now 25%. We just can watch it indeed. Okay, European markets mixed, and Erste Group Bank just rises 8% after acquiring stake in Santander's Polish unit. Big news for the Erste for sure. What else here? China and the rest of the Far East Asian countries, they were closed due to bank holiday, but not Australia, which was just going down because of some political news. And as I see, quite of that's it. We have some great movers today as well, not too many, but some of them thanks to the earnings season. So let's see the big movers here, traders. Here we go. Netflix, very ugly to the downside at the moment, as I've seen on my list as well, is just pushing lower now, especially because of, as I've told you, the tariffs news on the movies. So Netflix, Disney, Warner Bros., Paramount, Amazon, all of the streaming services, of course, they just got a very ugly dive. So I would say because of the NASDAQ moving even much more to the downside than the SPY, this is definitely one reason why we see the triple Q almost 1% now to the downside. So all of them just can go to our short list. So this is what I am going to start with. Hi, DVG. Good morning to you. Okay, hope you are doing great. In the meantime, I'm just going to make my list quickly. And as I mentioned, you traders, because of the movies tariffs, we can just call Netflix, Amazon. Poor Amazon just got a quite okay day on Friday, and now it's pulling back. What else here? Disney for sure on the short list. So Netflix, Amazon, Disney, and the rest, it's just for the secondary list, in my opinion, like Paramount and especially the WBS, because WBD, sorry, because these are definitely lower price stocks. Like Para is $11 and Warner Bros is just an $8 stock. But if you like it, I'm just going to put it to the secondary list. All right, what is still on the news? Howard Hughes is holding Sanoco, Wolfspeed, Lowe's, which was like a earning stock as well. So L, the luxury hospitality stock, 0.6% higher, which doesn't sound bad, but I am definitely worrying about the volume on the L, because usually it is having a really, really low volume. And this is the situation now too, because on L, as I've seen, the volume is quite low, unfortunately. So let's be careful with the L. Also, it is even, as I see, it's still holding to the upside, but I'm going to be careful with that stock indeed, because very, very low volume. That's why I'm going to put it just to the secondary list. If you have anything on your side, traders, anything on the watch list, you have any questions, you are interested in any of the funded account packages of the TEFs or challenges, please just drop me an email, or even you can just check out our tefs.com website. Here is my email address. Okay, Wolfspeed is here. It's a semicon stock, which is just popped 7%. So let's see how Wolf looking like at the moment. This is a lower price stock, but this can be quite of a nice mover, and I like the pre-market volume. So let's just call it to the long side. Next one on my list is ON. This was a earning stock as well, and this is, as I see, not the best at the moment, but trying to push a little bit higher. Very, very mixed move in the pre-market. As you can see, even the volume is not the best. Also, if I'm just checking the daily chart, it still could definitely move higher. So I like ON, but I'm going to be a little bit uh, concerned because of the pre-market move on the ON. Sanoco is here too. This is SUN, which is down. The reason for that, it plans on acquire Parkland Corporation. That means that the stock or the company which is buying out another company, usually it's moving down. This is the situation with Sun as well. Also, the volume is not the real deal again, so I'm going to be careful here. UAL is here, treble stock 1% lower. The UAL, which it was a nice one, United announced on Friday that it was cutting some of its flights out of Newark and Y and J, citing staffing and technology issues at the airport. That's not a good news, definitely. So let's see how UAL might move in today. Yeah, as I mentioned, Friday was a huge move to the upside, but it has just touched the 50 and the 200 EMA as well. This is just for the SPY indeed. It can be a test for the stock itself. So let's see whether it is able to push over the $76 level and continue higher, or it's going to make a rollover and pushing lower. I'm just going to put it on my secondary list here. Okay, PLTR VRTX on my list traders for today. Reason for that, PLTR going to release earnings after market close. So please be extra careful, because I know we very much like day trading this stock, but it's starting to be a little bit extended to the upside, in my opinion. So I'm going to be careful with that because of that reason and more. SKX, as I mentioned you, if you are just watching and wondering why it has just popped like 25% in like 5 minutes, it is the reason that it's going to be bought out. So someone is going to buy Skechers. That's why it's up. In my opinion, deal has been done. I don't think so it's going to move. We can watch it, but be careful. Usually these deals and the moves already done in the pre-market moving indeed. So that's why I'm going to be careful with that that one. On the long side, I cannot see too much. Lots of gold ETFs, of course. What else? If the market is tanking, gold and VIX are going up. So this is not different today either. I'm just checking quickly my watch list. KO, Pepsi, and GNG still seems like resilient. All of them are in a small green and not a huge green indeed. And NUGT, if you want to check any gold ETF traders, NUGT, GDXU, anything what you like, you can just check it indeed regarding the gold trade. GDXU is here as well. These are all 3 times leveraged the gold ETFs or ETNs. So as you can see, GDXU, it's one of my favorite indeed. Volume, it's not always the best, but this can definitely move along or align with the gold if you are wondering what is my favorite here. GNUG is the other one indeed. Okay, to the downside, what else on my list? Of course, all of the tech stocks are done, especially Amazon and the streaming stocks here. NVIDIA is quite weak as well, 1.41% lower. Apple more than 1%. Microsoft almost 1%. Tesla 0.80. Google 0.80. Chinese stocks, as I mentioned you, the Chinese market, it was closed due to bank holiday. So far, everything is giving back a bit. Well, let's see whether it's going to be a broader pullback by the triple Q and the SPY or just a small retreat, and we do continue. I'm going to focus on my shorts, especially Netflix, Amazon, Disney. I'm going to call even here Oxy, which is an oil stock, and the oil is tumbling definitely lower. Meta seems like it's pulling back 1.09%, but it was strong last week because of the earnings. And the most resilient ones are AMD. AMD is just 1% lower, so we can watch it definitely on the secondary list. I would say almost to the long list because it's stronger than the market. And J&J, PepsiCo, and KO as well are stronger than the market itself. Hi, said good morning, Darren. So here is my list. Not too many to the upside, I must tell you. To the short side, as DVG wrote very well as well, energy stocks as the oil is tumbling, and to the upside, the metal stocks, especially the gold, because of course the gold just get to the north again. So here is my list for today. VIP room traders, have a beautiful green day, and as usual, I'm just going to see you tomorrow. Bye.
Traders, good morning and welcome to the 44 Trade Room and welcome to a Monday morning. Monday, May the 5th. Hopefully everybody's doing just absolutely outstanding today. Crushed the weekend, had a wonderful time. And we are back on Monday, back to having a great time. I was going to say back to work, but that's not always true when you're having such a great time. So again, as we start this day today, we are on Monday. Welcome to all of the new traders here in the room. And this is yeah, there we go. And this is absolutely a killer time to be trading. We've got tons of volatility in the market, and as we get into the day today, I think you're going to see that volatility pop up today. We've got a lot of great stocks to watch and a lot of news in the marketplace that Aggie kind of went over this morning. We'll talk about that and more as we get going into the day today. All right. I just saw Skechers to be acquired by 3G Capital. Wow. Interesting there. Didn't see that one coming. Anyway, let's get into the stocks today and get into the calls of the market. And then we'll say good morning to everybody here in the room and get this ready to go. Good morning to everybody on YouTube this morning. Thank you for joining us and into the greatest trading room on the planet. Aggie's there as well, representing TEFS, our strategic partner. And now let's move forward and talk about these markets. We'll start off with Asia. In the Asian markets here, I'm off a holiday. Nikkei up 378. Hong Kong Hang Seng up 385. Shanghai and China down 7. I believe is Shanghai closed today? Asia rise. Yeah, they're in market. Yep. Okay, perfect. Um, yeah, and as we get going today, we'll see these futures come to light here. You talk about Europe now, which is in session. German DAX up 198, FTSE in the UK up 100, and the FTSE in the UK up 58 points. So you combine that with Asia, you've got 5 markets green, 1 market red, putting pressure on the U.S. futures to the upside. But we're bucking the trend. Doesn't happen often, but we are. Dow futures right now down 224, NASDAQ down 185 and a quarter, and the S&P futures down 42. What's happening out there? Well, Berkshire Hathaway comes out. Their shares dipping nearly 3% after shocking Buffett exit and earnings decline. So Buffett just says he's out at the end of the year. He's stepping down and talking about a new path. I mean, he's 94 years old, so I mean, he's not going to be there forever. So board had supported that, and their stocks have pulled down. It marks the end of an epic era, as they say, and that's a good thing, though. Trump in the news here, set to raise millions from crypto and mem coins this month. See if that continues to get good good traction. I am watching MSTR this morning, MSTU. Also, we'll see if those stocks come up here. The Skechers to be acquired by 3G Capital and take over a private deal. Shares are up 25%. And then Hollywood studio stocks falling after Trump proposes foreign film tariff. Right, so nobody is getting out all clean on these tariffs. You know, no matter what industry you're in, you're going to see the tariffs kind of hurt or help you depending on where you are in this global world. Okay, that's about it. One thing I did want to comment on this morning, gold is up $83.90 per troy ounce, 2.59%, and that is up to 33.2720 per troy ounce. Silver's up almost 50% or almost 50 cents to 1.5% higher, 33.04. Copper's up, platinum's up, palladium is up as well. And if you're in the oil patch this morning, while oil's declining here, down another almost $1.98 to 57.31 per barrel. Seems like a good opportunity to buy for me. And then you look at crypto this morning, Bitcoin's down 1,200 plus, down 1.26%. Solana's down $1.88. Dogecoin down negligible here, 17 cents. Is that coin going for right now? Okay, as we get into the day today, good volatility, good market here. We're going to take you through these markets here this morning. I'll be accompanied by DVG. Aggie kicked us off this morning. Let's talk about some stocks, but before we do, let's say good morning to everybody here in the room individually. Miguel, good morning to you. Lee T, good morning. Garrett, good morning. Darren, good morning. Seth, good morning to you. Mark O, good morning. Jeff B, good morning. Jonathan, what do you say? Good morning and good afternoon. Steve Farah, good morning. Morning, Jay. Morning, Divide. Yep. Shoshan, good morning to you. Great to have you here this morning. Hope you're enjoying your week here in the room. Those of you that want to come into the room on YouTube or any of our social media platforms, please use the link that Clifton has. You can get into this room for a 7-day free trial. We're going to continue that through this month, and then that'll be gone in June. Okay, let's get ready to rumble this morning. A couple of stocks I really like. You've seen my list that I've posted here. Now let's dial this down here and get you really into the stocks that I'm really looking forward to this morning. First stock out of the gate is this Wolf stock long, WOLF, long at $4.80. We're going to have to wait and see what the volume does in this stock as we get going here this morning. In WOLF, I'll read to you what's happening in the stock in just a moment here. Hood this morning could take that under 47, but I think there's better. Howard Hughes this morning, HHH, 1, 2, 3. There you go. Long this morning over the 72 mark. Always trying to find the diamond in the rough here to go long in a down market. But then, not to be confused with that, do like the Amazon trade to the short side here this morning. AMZN AMZN short this morning 186.50. Yeah, 186.50. That'll have to get some volume in it too this morning because there's really nothing there right now. And then last but not least, the MSTR. I'm going to be looking for. So here's the thing. I got Disney possibly doesn't move enough. Microsoft maybe to the downside. I think people will be buying that based off the earnings. I like this MSTU and I like it long this morning. It would have to get to 850, but I am going to post it. And I'm going to watch this stock this morning. MSTU, which is the 3-time tracker on MSTR. MSTU this morning, 850 on the long side. So we'll keep you posted on that. All right. Welcome to everybody here in the room and welcome to everybody abroad watching us from all over the globe. We certainly appreciate your attendance. Appreciate you being part of what we do each and every day. The hood trade, yeah, probably under 47. I forgot to post that, and I will do that right now. Hood under 47 this morning to the downside. I would not be surprised if we do get a bid here this morning. We've coming off of one of the best weeks in the market, and with that being said, we'll see what happens here. People will buy this morning dip and go long. Waiting to see that. Hopefully we get a little bit of that, but either way, we're going to try to stay on the right side of the trade here this morning. Okay, I hear DVG in here. Partner, good morning to you. Welcome. We've got about
Good morning, Scott.
2 left to go.
Can you hear me okay?
Today? Yeah, sure can hear you.
Well, good morning, 44 Trading Nation. Welcome back. It's a beautiful Monday. That said, to Scott's point, there's a lot of news. Uncle Warren taking a bow out, which understandable. Guys crushed it for a very, very long time. One word that's really coming to mind is tariffs. The other one is earnings. So let's not forget there are quite a few earnings this week, including names like Marriott, some in the energy space. So it's going to be a pretty decent week. As far as, from a volatility standpoint, we live for that as traders. I'm kind of with you, Scott, on this Amazon trade. There is some other news, though, regarding the ADRs from China. Again, it's a whisper, a rumor that they might be potentially delisting some of those in the spirit of kind of retaliation towards China. So I'm going to keep an eye on BABA, PDD, some of those names as well. We already talked about it at great length as far as like the tariffs on movies. So I'm watching Paramount, Netflix, and Disney this morning. Obviously, Netflix, I thought was going to be not susceptible to some of these tariffs, but they found a way. So also keeping an eye on Spotify, who had some great earnings. Love that company. I use Spotify pretty much every day, but it's pretty high up there. It's up in the 630 range. So I'm going to keep an eye on some of these names. If we get a little bit of a bounce, I might be prone to, let's say, short and or go long on the Qs, perhaps, if we get over this 485 print. So only names that I think might get us out of the rough here, names like NVIDIA, right? I think Apple might be susceptible to more of this China uncertainty. So I'm going to keep an eye on this 203 to 205 area if it kind of holds there. Maybe a chance to go long, but if not, I might be looking to see if we test that $200 print. That said, should be a fun evening or a fun trading day. And MSTR, kind of the big one on my list. There is more and more uncertainty around currencies. We talked about that now for several months, and I think it's time that people are starting to recognize what that all means. We saw Taiwan's dollar or currency compared to the dollar increase pretty significantly just over the weekend. So we're definitely keeping an eye on some of these names. Right now, I'm not going to be eager to jump in right at the open. Maybe NVIDIA to the upside over 113. Might be my first trade as far as a long trade goes. Other than that, though, I might be a little bit muted at the open.
Here's the open right now.
Good luck, traders.
Yep. Thank you, DVG.
Okay, we're in NVIDIA. Didn't get my favorite entry, 16, 113.16, first trade.
I was going to comment on the Wolf trade this morning also, just so everybody's aware of it. Try to get that up here as we get going. Yeah, Wolf this morning, stock pop 7%, adding to Friday rally of 24% based on third quarter guidance.
Nice move here. Watching MSTR at 387. See what we do there. If we start to pull back, I may start to short that. Very nice move on NVIDIA. Love that. Watching Apple now. Good pop here. 203.75, 203.80. Okay, I'm going to get ready to short probably the Qs here using some options. 481 maybe. Let's see.
Nasdaq down Nasdaq down 150, Dow down almost 250 to start. Sitting on the sidelines now on this Monday, watching, waiting.
Nibbling MSTR here.
Are you long? Going long?
No, I'm going to go short.
I got you.
And then what's Netflix doing? I'll probably nibble here on Netflix a little to the downside as well.
Over 460 on Wolf. I'll be going long this stock.
MSTR.
AMD bucking the trend today.
NVIDIA looking great. Okay, add here. Okay. I'll add the MSCR into 383, actually right here. Let's add.
Yeah, here it comes. Watch the 382 break.
Beautiful.
Might get that quickly.
Beautiful, beautiful. Come on, MSCR.
Market's still down 150.
Want to see over 114 on NVIDIA. Okay, that looks great. There's the move on MSTR. We just broke pre-market lows. I'll probably take a partial here in a moment if you start to continue this bounce here. I want to see a bigger cut though.
Again, watch Wolf this morning. Again, 460 coming in.
On the Qs, I'll get out if we move over high session. Playing real tight today. Not willing to give back anything. Watching Amazon here, 387.30. See if that level holds.
Microsoft full gap closure.
Okay, MSTR. See if we get a little more.
Watching Wolf.
Come on, MSCR, what are you doing? Well, out of the Qs.
Okay, long Wolf.
MSTR, we should get it here. I'd like to see a 380 print.
Target 480 on Wolf. Just looking for 20 cents on the trade. Got the share size dialed in. See if we can make this scream here.
Beautiful move on NVIDIA. Taking some off here. 114 print. It was too slow on the partial and MSTR down to the 380 print the first time it went there. Hopefully that's not the bottom for the day and it bounces, but I know that that was pre-market lows in that area at 381.40. NVIDIA, we banked some already. Watching Apple.
Yeah, Howard Hughes, that's not a big moving stock here. I think I'm going to remove this from the viewer here. Hood running lower, Q's looking decent. Bit of recovery.
Yeah. Not loving this MSTR trade right now, but it's hitting the 200 EMA on a 1 minute, so I'm going to be patient here. Q's now moving. Apple, though, pulling lower. Amazon getting a nice bounce, actually.
Yeah, it is. I mean, could it possibly be a short here on Amazon under 187?
There's my move on MSTR. Let's go. That's the break. There it is. That's the move I'm waiting for. Let's go. Let's see a 380 print. I'll take a partial. Get ready, guys. We are there now. Wait for the bid to move. Come on, a little more. No, 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 no. There we go. There's some certainty. There we go. There we go. Okay, taking some off of MSTR. Beautiful trade.
Nice. Nice way to open things up.
Yeah. Netflix getting a bounce, which might be shorting here. If we don't, if we get it like 120, 130 and we resist there, I may short it.
AMD
question
would
be like, why not go
today.
long? But I don't know if we're going to continue that move higher. So I'll be patient. I'm going to actually use options. I'm looking at the 1060s.
Wolf
Friday.
now heading up to 480. 480 target on Wolf, WOLF. Darren's watching HIMS.
MSTR, let's go, baby. Break down. Get in those 370s. Yeah, baby. Come on.
Love HIMS at 41. I'll take this with you here, Darren. I'm going to go long this stock. I'll post it here. HIMS long 41. And I'm going to pull it into the viewer here in just a second.
NVIDIA moving now. Yes. Thank you. What I want to see there.
Watch 480 here. 2 cents to go on Wolf, WOLF.
MSTR, I'd love to see it at 370 or maybe even less, like 360 would be awesome, but I don't know if it's going to happen. I just think that the destabilization right now of currencies might put Bitcoin in the crosshairs. I'll let the rest run. I have a decent size on MSTR this morning, so it is a little bit bigger size than I normally like to trade, so I'm glad we took some off. But looking to see if we get a big move here now. There it is, 379.
There you go.
Just panic now.
Yep, just broke it. Nice, nice, nice. Come on, 480. Got about 3 cents to go.
Let's see some real sellers stack that MSTR trade now. I want to see a big break now under those previous lows on Friday, which is right around that 375 print. So I get a few more points to be awesome, but we're now approaching 378, so I'll probably take a little more off here. Don't want to be holding the bag, as they say.
Yeah, I mean, the thing can snap in any second, but hopefully it continues down for you.
Watch the cues. Watch SPY now. SPY's giving up the 200 a little bit right now. Let's see if that's a real move or not. Be careful. Might be open to those cues again. Get them cheaper. $1.70 right now. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful move on MSTR now, guys. Now I'm gonna wait for my 375. I'm gonna take some more off of NVIDIA. Looks like markets are trying to pull back a bit. Maybe it bounces. NVIDIA obviously stronger than most. Same with Microsoft, pretty strong today. Apple falling off a cliff. Amazon now pulling back. Did you get your chance to jump in that one?
I have not. I did not take it. Nope. Got distracted with HIMS here now.
Here comes Apple down to 201.
Wolf trade. First trade of the day is going to go for a cash in here. There's the 480. Watch the bid come up now to 480.
Okay, I'm going to be all out of NVIDIA if we break into my entry. Guys, watch the cues, guys. Getting heavy here. Under 44.25, we could have a problem. What do you guys think? Take a nibble here on Netflix?
MSTR bounce a little bit.
Apple now in the 201 print. Really getting heavy now in Apple. Really heavy.
You know what bothers me a little bit here is, okay, so we've come down, we're down 171 on the NASDAQ now and 200 on the Dow. What next? After coming off of such a big week last week.
There are some names leading right now.
Yeah.
Microsoft pushing higher. Netflix is holding up pretty well. Nvidia's holding up okay. AMD reports tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. I'll look at that here in a moment. We do have quite a few earnings this week, including SMCI, which they had their preview to the financials, if you guys remember last week, that were pretty terrible. All right, getting ready to take some more off of MSTR here, guys. Beautiful move. Beautiful move. I'll take that. Thank you. Thank you. I'm watching Netflix here. Let's see if we get a push. If we do, and we get rejection again around that 11:25 to 11:30. I want to see how aggressive this move is. It looks like it's going to push, but I don't trust it. I don't trust it.
MSTR, time to decide.
All right, let's see. What can we get these for? $5?
No, I did not get rid of Wolf. Nope.
Maybe I can get them cheaper. Maybe. Please. Netflix 1060s. Actually, I just grabbed 3 of them. There we go. Haha, 483. I got them. I'll take it.
Yeah, I like that play, Darren, at the HIMS. You're in at what, 40? What did you say, 40? 15. We'll add at 41. I agree.
Glad we got out of MSTR with some partials along the way. Big bounce there. Maybe I'm not feeling so great about this Netflix trade. Again, I like this right where it's at now to 5 more points and then hit a wall and come down. But look at the Qs now getting supercharged. Whoa. What's happening here? Did Apple hit a 200 print today? Yeah, 200.50. Wow.
Still in the Wolf trade?
Come on, NVIDIA. So this is what's wild about options, y'all. Netflix, I bought them. I thought I got a good deal at 483 for these 1060 puts. They're now worth $3.80. So the 3 that I'm having, I'm down $300. Pretty quick. So I'm going to hold these just for a little bit longer because I want to see the resistance here at 11:30. I should have been patient, waited, see some resistance at 11:30, and then if there's resistance, then get in the trade. So that's on me. Get to write that in the journal today because that's the level I'm watching, 11:30 on Netflix. And if it doesn't push, I'd want to short it. So good news is we're there now. And so if we start breaking below, let's call it this 11:25 again, I'll probably add to my position another 2 contracts. I knew I wanted to have a total of 5 anyway. So it's kind of where my head's at with this trade.
Again, no real follow through today. The only stock following through would be Microsoft.
Yeah, definitely. And NVIDIA is doing okay. Meta's trying.
Nothing on Amazon. Okay, I'm gonna switch out Amazon, put NVIDIA down here. Looking for some more opportunity. Nice move on NVIDIA.
I would say too. Okay, ISM data's out. 51.2 consensus was. Come on, NVIDIA. You can do more. Rule number one, guys, pay yourself first. Services PMI 50.8 versus 51.4.
Negligible, right?
Paul, yes. Sorry, I'm just
Hood going.
I thought it VWAP.
Darren, I'm not in here. Hopefully you get this thing cranked here at 41. I'll come in at 41 and join you on HIMS.
So who is Vincent? I'll look at PL Partners. Jonathan. So I'm hoping it doesn't even go to the VWAP now. Like I want it to go straight down on MSTR. Like I don't. If I see the VWAP, it might give it a chance to get some, like a powerful move to the upside, and I don't want that.
Sleepy move here at the open.
Yeah,
on this
definitely.
Monday.
Here comes MSTR. Let's see it really break now. Again, I want to see at least 375. It's kind of what I'm hoping for. We break 375, then 370 becomes a real reality. Netflix getting bought up, which is interesting because part of their growth strategy at Netflix, even when they were talking about it in their last earnings report, was going into international markets to make additional films. So it's just kind of an interesting move here. Guys, Apple just broke in the 200 print now. Just broke the session lows. So I'm going to pull up BABA here real quick. I'll probably jump in that trade. Oops. Let me see, 126 and change. Similar thing. Let me look at options just because they're way less expensive. 123, $1.50. I don't know if I love that. Okay, I'm going to probably dump this Netflix put option possibly. We'll see. I mean, I only had 3, but
yeah.
Do I think it's a baloney move? Yes. But trade what you see, not what you feel. So let's see what it does here at this 10, 11:30 area. Qs look like they're getting a little stronger. Q's not getting a push.
Yep. Just a little bump here. Here comes the entry on HIMS for myself, HIMS.
All right. I think I'm going to go for the Qs again at 481 strike. That's for tomorrow. They're $1.55. And then my stop will be right above 486. It's only 50 more cents. If we push higher, great. If we don't, fine. Same thing. I'm only going to rep 3. And if we break lower, I'll add 7 more and get a total of 10. MSCR now moving to the downside. I like it. I'm worried about a tape bomb showing up, guys. In fact, I may close out the rest of my NVIDIA position here. Let's see. MSCR, let's go, baby. Woohoo!
Where's the support at on the stock?
Right now we're literally at Friday's lows. We're close to it. So that 375 print is going to be super important. If we break through it, then free fall. I shouldn't say free fall, but Probably the next stop would be around 362. All right, I'm going to dump all of NVIDIA here in a moment. All profitable shares. Let's see what it does at the VWAP here. If it holds it, great, but under 113.60, I'll probably dump it if it gets there. Look at this MSTR trade. Let's go. Let's go. What a great trade it is, actually.
Really is.
All right, I don't want to be greedy, but we're like at the breaking point now for MSTR, guys. If we start resisting Netflix, I may add. Again, these are put options that are really far out of the money, so they can get really unfavorable pretty quick. Like, I'd love to see it break under 1100 now. So I'm going to add 2 more here in a minute on this trade. Guys, Apple just broke 200. It's at 199.75. So probably find buyers there. Could be an opportunity to buy that dip. I don't know. I won't, but all right. Let's not be greedy. Okay, I'm gonna dump. I'm gonna put a hard stop on NVIDIA. It's coming up to it. Let's see what it does. And then MSTR, I'm gonna take a tiny bit off. Okay.
Wise decision.
Yeah, I mean, because this thing could snap back $3 in, blink of an eye. So, guys, I might have missed my BABA short, but I think I'm gonna go for it here in a minute. I want to see it try to get above this the close a little bit. I liked it when it started pulling back in that 126 print, but I'm going to use options for this. They expire on Friday. It'll be a 123 print. They're printing at $1.55 right now. Let me see if I can grab a couple of those. All of this is like options because we could easily move the other direction. And worst case, I lose, I don't know, $600, $700, $800, $900, $1,000, And even then, I probably won't even let it get that bad, to be honest. Probably get out before that.
Yeah, and now what you're starting to see is you'll get some people bottom fishing here, MSTR and alike. The market right now, again, we've been oscillating between, down 120, down 170. We're down 155 right now in the NASDAQ. So
I'm going to take 2 more on Netflix. Let's go. MSTR, got my 175 print. Yay. NVIDIA still.
That's what you were talking about at the beginning, the 375 area, right?
Yeah.
Nice.
So
that works.
I wanted to get. The problem is the by the time I would get out, I'd be feeling like a 376 print. So I was watching the bid and the ask on MSTR. And, if I'm doing a market order on an exit, I got to be mindful of that. NVIDIA tagged my stop loss, but didn't get me. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, I am still in the wolf trade.
All right, we got some news coming out in 6 more minutes. ISM Services PMI, CB employment trends, ISM Services employment index, non-manufacturing business, ISM Services new orders, all coming out at 10 o'clock. So this is a little bit of news.
Yeah, PMI could definitely move the market here. So
yeah, might be, if you're not in a position yet, y'all might be good to just wait. I mean, you figure we went on a 9-day winning streak on the indices. Okay, I'm watching BABA now. This might be my chance to get in a cheaper one. Let's see. Oh, there's still $1.50. Let's see. Okay, I'm not liking this Netflix position now, fortunately.
Wolf, I'll be out 440. It gets down to 440 area. MSTR a little bounce off the bottom now.
You're trying to go long MSTR, right?
Yeah, I was looking for an opportunity here. I was thinking I'm going to go long MSTU, and that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to wait till the 820 though on MSTU to make sure that we actually have a turn here. We shall see.
Never underestimate the power of greed.
Yeah, right on. So true.
All right, Bob. I'm actually going to use shares. I'm going to skip the options route. They're not moving that well, and I don't like the Greeks on them, so I'm going to just short some here. There we go. 12584. We're in Baba short. Yay, NVIDIA. I don't know how it hit the 65, 113.65, and it didn't take me out. So maybe I just got lucky. I don't know.
Okay, MSTU, I'll post it here.
Look at the Qs now and the SPY inching higher. They want a 10-day winning streak, maybe.
Yeah. I'll tell you, that's what kind of got me hesitant this morning is, you know, in the back of my mind, we're coming off of a big winning streak, you know, one of the biggest winning weeks last week. Yeah, I think 9 in a row or whatever. But, you know, the key now is with the sell-off this morning, I was kind of thinking, let's go long, buy off the dip. And that's probably could be right, but we'll see. We're still down for the day, so.
Well, you know, it's something like, say, for example, like Netflix, right? To go long Netflix at the open would make sense for a bounce. But think of it this way. It's up 27 points off the open. So if you bought 100 shares of that, you're doing okay.
Yeah.
Only long trade I have is this NVIDIA position, but I don't know. I might change that narrative here in a bit. Microsoft looking great. Meta pushing big time. MSTR maybe bottoming out here. I have my runners left, so I don't really mind letting them dance a little bit. Look at Meta. Jeez Louise. Meta, Microsoft leading the market. Apple falling off a cliff. Amazon trying to find some love down in this 186.5 area, but I won't touch it. So let's talk a little bit about who's reporting this week. How about that?
There you go. Some useful information.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, let me pull that up. Give me a second.
Watch the MSTU. I'll be coming in here at 820.
Let's see. Pull it up real quick. Palantir reporting tonight. HIMS reporting tonight.
What's after Palantir? HIMS. Okay. Yeah.
Ford reporting this evening as well. We've got Celanese reporting. Tomorrow morning, Celsius, the drink. Dave, Ferrari, Marriott. I'll be watching that. I actually was keeping an eye on Marriott this morning. Constellation Energy. Actually, let's see what they're doing. Okay. That might be worth watching. And then tomorrow after the close, SMCI, AMD, 51.6 on the ISM, non-manufacturing PMI versus 50.2 consensus just came out. So SMCI, AMD, Rivian, and UPST.
Nice week.
Wynn Hotels and Lucid as well. I didn't say hotels, casinos. There go the Qs, guys. Big pop on that data. Yay, NVIDIA. Keep going. Okay, might be dumping MSTR here soon if it's above that VWAP. Might be willing to go long some of these stocks now. Big move.
I like you were talking about that MSTR now. Big time move. We're going to see if we can get this MSTU to go here. Target's going to be 840. That's going to give us 20 cents. So
I'm going to add NVIDIA here, guys, in case we get a real push here.
Yeah, which we're doing. I wouldn't be surprised if this market turns green now.
Yeah. SMCI might be interesting here. I don't like the fact that they reported their terrible earnings, so I'm going to stay away. Marriott holding this 248.5 area. Look at the Qs go now.
Wow, go, maybe go.
Wow, what a move. Buying the dip has worked for 9 days in a row, or 9 trading days. So why wouldn't it work on the 10th day? I'm going to move my stop loss on MSTR above the session high today. Just because I have such a small share size left, it doesn't, maybe I get back a few bucks, which is fine. Unfortunately, I'm losing quite a bit of money on this Netflix put option at the moment. I went ahead and added 2 more. Get to write that in the journal. First of all, wait for an entry. Second of all, one of my biggest rules is don't add to a losing trade, but because it was an option, I'm like, it's all right. Just move my dollar cost around. No, get to write that in the journal. Big mistake, DVG. Don't do that. Let me bob up here. Baba breaks under the close, I may add. Okay. Same stop on NVIDIA. Uh, 564.31 is the level on the SPY that we need to get above. And 487 is the magic number on the Qs. Cue the disclaimer. That's if you're trying to be bullish, but it may be a ceiling. We'll see.
840 target now on MSTU. And we're
nice.
Still in the wolf trade.
Just trying to be a little patient here on the Netflix trade and the Baba trade. Baba trade initial size was not full size by any means. I want to see a genuine break because it's a whisper, it's a rumor. And you all know the statement, buy the rumor, sell the news, right? But this particular rumor is not a good one. It's, are they going to delist ADRs? I think it would take a lot of effort to do that because a lot of ADRs would be at risk. If you guys remember, I shared that link to all the ADRs across different countries that are listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Hopefully you guys remember that. Excuse me. Well, PLTR here it is. I meant to look at that earlier. So yeah, they report tonight after the close. A huge potential move, by the way. So let's look at it right now. What's it at? 123? Let me look. I think I looked at it earlier. It was like maybe a 15% move. So $16 move. So call up to 140 on the upside or down to 107-ish. Hey, Netflix. Yay, it's coming back.
Microsoft pulling back now too. We'll see if this is a pullback and a continuation, which I think.
Oh, that's an ugly candle, guys, on the SPY and the Qs right now. Oof. All right. I'm going to probably get stopped out on NVIDIA. Got really close. Like 2 cents.
Yeah, just watch that VWAP line on NVIDIA there.
Yeah. And I added to it. Shucks. Who was asking that? Billy Ackman is speaking. Ooh, PLTR. Maybe it's going to get a push here. I don't know. How many of you guys are long PLTR or short? Mark, are you long? All right. Time to say bye-bye to NVIDIA, I think. That's too bad.
Well, I'll just watch that VWAP line, yeah.
Yeah. I have a hard stop right now at 11365. We got really close. There it is, and it's out. I'm out. Darn it. Come on. Suppose the good news is we've got some exposure to the downside with Netflix, MSTR, and BABA. Wow. 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 There's some selling. Do I add to MSTR again? Maybe not. Maybe not.
Yeah, I would be watching this overall market just to check to see if it is a pullback here to go higher. And you'll get that by watching the Qs, watching the SPY, and then watching the volume on both.
Nice bounce out the VWAP for SPY and the Qs.
It's always interesting when you watch a stock like MSTU and you're a level 2 watcher like I am, to see the sheer volume just because of the price of the stock is always interesting. You know, like 50,000 blocks, 40,000 blocks, like it's nothing, right?
Yeah, versus the actual stock, it's like 200 shares, 150 shares.
Exactly. It's like you see at one time, like there's 200,000 on the ask, 100 on the bid or whatever. It's crazy.
It is concerning though that Apple is dipping. So for me, Apple's like a third index that I watch. Heavily weighted in the Qs, so is NVIDIA. I don't think the bulls want to give up control yet. But if they do, it will be a big red candle or a big green candle. Tell you what, how much is on this thing? $1,700 on this Netflix put option that expires Friday. Tell you what, I might let that go to zero. I'll hold it till Friday.
Yeah, it sure would be nice if we get this, either way, but if we can get some clear direction for the market once again, like let's just say that we pick to go higher and the market gets steam again this week, you can have the earnings really take care of a lot of it.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you're choosing to stay long the market into some of these earnings or you're buying into it here, all of that's going to propel us higher. So far today, I am starting off the day red with my wolf trade, and I am out of the wolf trade and red for the day. But I am looking at this MSTU, and I'm in the stock right now.
Some of my least favorite days is when you and I are looking at the same stock in the opposite directions.
Yeah.
It happens though.
It does. But you know what? I'm not that gun ho on it, I'm not gun ho.
You're not putting up 100K shares on it?
No, no. mean, Wolf was a good trade until it wasn't.
Amazon getting a bounce now. 187.30 is the level to watch for me, at least on Amazon for potential long. It's right there right now. Let me see what it does here. If you start to get a block, like blocks that, comes a ceiling, I won't touch it. Nvidia now pulling back. See, the trouble with Apple is, yeah, 200 is a big psychological level, and you could argue like 197 could be a level, but 195 is realistically the next one, and then if that gives, it's 190, which is wild to think. A $5 swing on a stock like that takes a lot of shares and a lot of liquidity to get zapped out of it. So, where's Jeff at? We should have shorted Apple this morning, huh? Jonathan's out. He's asking blocks. Oh, then you're talking about when they're order blocks, Jonathan, that Scott was talking about.
Yep. I mean, if we totally rolled over, you could pick up some NVDA here. I mean, it's got good strength for the day, right? Another thing I was thinking is maybe, I want to play with HIMS because HIMS has got earnings coming out. So that's going to be probably flat today after what it's done so far. But we're watching the right stocks, right? We just got to get this direction settled in, and it looks like maybe MSTR takes out the bottom now. I don't know.
Yeah. Fortunately, unfortunately, I suppose. Nvidia now pulling down to 113. Apple on its way down. Again, Microsoft, Amazon, Netflix still being propped up more or less. This BABA trade is slightly moving against, but again, share size matters. So if I'm, bearish on a move do you see this spike in BABA that we had 2 sessions ago? So does this continue the push? Maybe, but if this ADR conflict becomes real, yeah, maybe we come and test that 50% retrace right around that 123 area. And that's kind of what I'm hoping for. And by the way, I want to have it today, not by the end of the week. Netflix, not really working out. Not working out. Uh-oh. Let me pull it up. Is that what I just saw there? Okay. Some sellers are stepping in on the cues. I don't know if that's a big enough order block. Yeah, Jonathan, no problem. Jeff. Jeff, you crack me up, man. I'll short. He says I'll short Apple when you get stopped out. You know what? I asked for the hall pass on, what was that, Friday, wasn't it, Scott?
Yep.
And you were like, absolutely not.
Nope.
Holding me accountable. Because I wanted to short it today. I was watching that 203, 203.50 area. That was right around where I wanted to short it. And that would have been an amazing trade. Like 4, what was that, 3 points? 4 points? There's the break on MSTR down to the 375 print. We finally got it. And unfortunately, I only have, baby share size left. But question is, do I add? No, I will not. Why? The Qs are finding some support. SPY is finding some support. Bitcoin futures was just a leg lower. So do we spike here now and squeeze some of the bears here? That would include me. I hope not, but that's okay. Amazon, big push right above that 187.30 print. Tempted to go long there, but I won't yet. I might actually be open to shorting it. Again, you guys remember Spotify, Amazon, I really like those stocks just as a company, but I'm trading the price action, not the affinity to a brand. Look at NVIDIA now. Uh-oh. Huh. Okay. I've made plenty of dough trading Amazon. 9 times out of 10, it's long. Let me look at Spotify. Marriott could be interesting because it's a reflection of just overall consumer spending, along with Wynn, WYNN. It's coming out also, earnings this week. So I'll be keeping an eye on Marriott, more so like the dollar, between the dollar index, names like Marriott, Expedia, the cruise lines, Walmart maybe. Okay, here's a big push on Amazon now. It's coming, trying to hit those session highs, and if it does, it might take off here.
There's our MSTU bouncing off the bottom here, bouncing off that $8 round number. Interesting, MSTR broke right through 378, 377, 376.
Yeah, now getting a big bounce.
Yeah. Market doesn't know. Market does not know.
There's the cues. Man, this is it's slow and choppy, but it's pushing higher. So
yep.
Maybe a chance to get back into the NVIDIA trade. I don't know.
The higher grind, right?
Yeah. Climbing the wall of worry, as they call it. Yeah, Baba's here at the highs. I'm going to probably dump this. Again, it's a small enough position that, yeah, it sucks to get back some money there, but what is that, like 80, 90 cents? That's fine. Be different if it was like $4. That'd be terrible. I might have missed the Amazon trade. You know what? I'll try it. We're over the session highs now. Let me see what I can get in.
Yeah, 840 is my target. Yep, on MSTU.
What to do? Yeah, I'll get in.
AMD reports today, DVG, or no?
Let me look.
Is it this
tomorrow
week?
After the close?
I got you. Okay.
All right, out of Baba. Bye. And I might. It's just such a small share size on MSTR. Tell you what, I'll put a stop 380.23. 380.23. Here we go. Amazon. Over. If I could type. Very tight stop, very small share size on Amazon, the initial trade, because we could totally reject here and move lower. 187.30 is kind of where I wanted to be on the entry, but because we're here near the session highs, if we're going to move, and he's happened now, we'll see it reflected in the Qs and the SPY. And unfortunately, we're hitting the ceiling on the SPY, which is at 564.31. 564.31 is what I have, and ironically, we tagged it or just shy of it by 2 cents earlier today. So if that becomes a ceiling, then we'll probably trade in a channel, which the bottom end of that channel around 559.79 is what I have marked. And if we break that, well, then down we go. Almost call them like the bumper cars, or the you guys play bowling, you put the bumpers up. You know what I mean?
Just doesn't want to get, just doesn't want to take off, right? I mean, we see this up and down motion, like you were saying, nothing big though. Yep.
All right, we're going to ask the community here. Should I add more to my Netflix options? Yay or nay? Pump it or dump it? What do you guys think? Right now, I've got about 1,800 or so at risk by Friday. How does he do that? How does Clifton do that?
He's a master.
Like, he's just quick on the draw, man. Decision time. Next news output that we have is 11:30, which will be the bond auctions, and we got 1 p.m. for the 3-year note. Which I think will be important. I mean, if we end up cutting rates right now, it's actually not a good thing, I think.
Yeah, it's not, but the market will just love it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Especially if the dollar is weak. If we have a weak dollar, and guys, look at the Bitcoin futures just tank right now. One big seller, boom. Yeah, I'm not going long anything else. I'm gonna get out of this Amazon trade here in a minute, guys. Everything I've been doing, smaller share size type stops with the exception of our short and MSTR. We added on the way down, we took profits on the way down. I'm not complaining. Now we just got runners left. Small little 50.
No real big, huge movers right now.
Yeah. Like, and then even NVIDIA, we took partials. Apple, we missed out on. Jeff, thanks a lot. Jeff's short Palantir. Okay. Let me look at that. All right. PLTR, I'll put right here. Okay. Yeah. You need to see this break now. If it holds there, you might be in trouble, but cue the disclaimer. Yeah, done with Amazon. Done. Even though it's right here at 200 EMA, I don't want to hold anything long right now, and I'm looking at NVIDIA aim lower. Apple's literally just waiting to dump to 195 at this point. Only thing really propping up markets, it looks like, would be Microsoft and technically like Netflix, which unfortunately I'm short Netflix. So if those two start participating in the sell-off, maybe we get a little more weight. But as of right now, Q's trying to find some support in this area. Again, if we break that 484 print, be on the lookout for 481.91. Likely the next level of support below. If not the push above head, you want to see, let's see, over 47 to 488.90 on the Qs. So at least what I'm looking at. Cue the disclaimer, always.
Come on. Don't love the market. Dow's had a nice little run back, but other than that, we're at the almost the same. We're a little bit better than where we were at the open, but not much.
Let's see what happens at 10:30. 4 more minutes. Are these just buy orders that are settling from weekend trading? I don't know.
That's a little late, I think.
Yeah. They should have posted by now. But MSTR down at the low of session, holding that 375 print as best as it can. Apple now at 199. Does it see 198? Really slow open today, guys. So if you're getting thrashed around on stops, it happens, but it's important to be, trade to your plan. You could always get back into a trade if you need to, if you want to, but like I'm watching Amazon right now, took a loss on it, but it's a small enough loss I don't mind. Still turning out nice positive green day. Didn't want to hold too much risk on any of the trades I took today. The only moderate mover that I'm holding right now is Netflix. And I don't mind because options till Friday. Super out of the money. But if you start getting paid on that one, I might keep 3 or, keep 2 or 3 until Friday. It's only got 5 right now. MSTR now. Aiming at the lows again. Maybe we get 370. All right, I'll tell you what. I'll take half of the runners that I have left. Okay, there we go. Now I could care less what happens to the MSTR trade. Scott, I hope it takes the top off.
Yeah, I do too. We shall see. Been thinking about it all morning, but hasn't come through.
Yeah. Jeff, I'm short Netflix. I was watching this level, this 1130. We pushed obviously a little bit higher than that, but that was kind of my target entry to see like what options made the most sense. Obviously, looking back, I probably would have chose something to be closer to the 1100 print. But typically the Netflix options are pretty expensive and the Greeks matter. So when I saw the 1060s, they weren't too expensive. The problem is though, is it moves away from that target, AKA not move down. The loss is it gaps pretty quickly. So the Greeks start to matter and IV matters, right? So anyway. Vincent's
I like to see if Microsoft gets supported here at that 434.80 or so, be a decent stock over 435 to take long.
I might actually like a CVX long around this area, to be honest. It's just not a big enough mover right now. But I don't know if you see my screen, Vincent, but there's 50% retrace even after earnings, right? So if you go here to the peak of Friday, We're like right there. And if you look left, that's kind of been an area of support. And we're there now. So maybe watching this is kind of like 50-50 trade, but some of these oil names, like it makes more sense to swing trade them, right? Just because they're not big movers. You might get 2 to 3 points in the total oscillation of a day. So if you have, let's say, a 50-cent stop, you're more than likely going to get stopped out, especially on a day like today that's just kind of trading sideways. Cue the disclaimer, of course. It's your money. Do what you want. Can it go lower? Yeah. I really like CVX down at like 132. And if we do end up seeing that level, I might be interested in like just portfolioing it for a while. And the trouble is right now oil is down. You know, OPEC increased their supply, so good old supply and demand, too much supply, lower prices, right? So can it move lower? Yes. So I think a big reason why we saw this drop. But notice on earnings, we saw the drop, good forward guidance. It's not going higher. But there's a lot of money sitting at this like 132 level, 132 to 138, I think. So just, you know, if you can chart it up for yourself, you know, start a higher time frame, then narrow it down. Kind of figure out where you want to get in or out. You know what I mean? I'm going to pull up. Interesting one also this week. Uber, Novo Nordisk, Disney reports this week, and obviously, as you guys know, I'm short right now. Netflix with options. Barrick Gold reports on Wednesday, all before the opening. Vistra Energy as well, right after Constellation Energy, which is tomorrow morning. So Constellation tomorrow morning, Vistra Energy Wednesday morning. I'm very interested in both those stocks. Very interested. Carvana reports. AppLovin, actually, they were on my watch list earlier today. I thought maybe options could be interesting on AppLovin, APP. If you guys don't know what they do, I recommend checking them out just because I think as growth happens in the use of mobile devices, they're kind of like, I don't know if you guys ever use Instagram or stuff like that, but those ads that you get on a mobile app, 9 out of 10 of them are coming through AppLovin. So they've got a good business model. And I think as more people spend more time on their cell phones, they're going to reap the benefits of that. However, it is very, very pumped up. So figure it was $60 a year ago, and now it's $300. So how much of that is baked into this forward guidance and earnings that they have coming up? I don't know. So sometimes we'll see these amazing earnings calls, and then the stock plummets. And you're like, how the heck did that happen? A lot of that is exactly what I just mentioned. Like, are they growing into their 44x earnings? You know, as far as a market cap, that's a question mark. So I'll be watching that this week, and that's Wednesday after the close. Carvana, I think maybe they saw a big run up when people were trying to go buy cars. What was that, Scott? Like when the tariffs were announced, was that a month ago?
A month ago, yep.
Yeah, so about a month ago. There's a lot of people running to the car dealerships to buy a car before tariffs.
That's still happening, yep.
And so
a lot of the inventory right now is pre-tariff.
Yeah. So if you can get a quote unquote good deal, that might impact Carvana. But if interest rates don't start moving in favor, Carvana is going to suffer big time. So that's coming out. ARM also. There's a couple chip names this week: AMD, SMCI, ARM.
Yeah, AMD will be a big one. That's when tomorrow.
Yeah. Tomorrow after the close, yeah.
Yeah. Should be pretty darn big.
Yeah, the one I'm watching Thursday though is Cheniere. So that's LNG stock ticker, and then Shopify. That's all before the open on Thursday. So again, some decent earnings. We got Coinbase also, and the Trade Desk after the close on Thursday. It's worth noting. Look at Baba now. I'm mad at you, Baba. Just enough to run me over, and then Right back down. All right. Looks like Microsoft's starting to pull back too. It's kind of one of the leaders to hold prop up markets. Netflix is kind of holding its ground here at this 127. Really hoping that we get a push lower to again, maybe around the open, $1,100. I'd be happy with that. My options will probably be worth like $500-600 maybe by then. Let's see what else. 58% of you guys said do not add more. Done. I won't. Appreciate y'all taking that poll. Meta holding the close now. I'm not eager to jump in any other trade right now.
Well, you can tell by my silence here. Either am I. I mean,
yeah.
Again, I just can't guess on direction. You know, as much as I want to be biased to the long side here, and I think we're going to bounce off the bottom. Also think that the day is going to be a green day today, coming off of what we did last week. I'm just unsure. We haven't really had, other than that little push after the open. We haven't had much of anything to the upside. It's just been grinding down.
Sideways days are dangerous days.
Yeah, of course. It's not the days you want to trade, and just chalk it up to, hey, taking the day off today. That's about the best you can do. I'm red right now for the day, not bad at all, but you know, we'll see what MSTU does. Yes, of course. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, I would throw that out there too for those of you guys, you know, new to trading. Make sure you're journaling your trades. Green days, red days, it doesn't matter, but also more importantly, identify what you did or didn't do. Not the coulda, shoulda, woulda trade, but the, hey, why did I take a bigger loss than I anticipated on this trade? What was it that, why couldn't I get out, right? The psychology of trading is very important. And to Scott's point, right, like I just keep looking at it from a macro level, pull out a bit. The data hasn't changed. We still don't have a deal with China. We have a deal with a couple other countries. We saw a run up of about 11% in the past 9 sessions. That's a huge rebound. Can we continue to blow off the top? Of course we can. All that to say, you know, I'm also looking at some of the data that doesn't look great. And then when you hear stuff like pulling ADRs from China, that's why I was kind of bearish. Maybe today is not the day to be bearish. Maybe it's tomorrow. Maybe it's the next day. Maybe whatever, right? Like I'm still going to keep an eye on that trade. But it means my entry was off, and that's okay. Amazon, same thing. Entry was off. That's okay. 187.30, that was where I wanted to be on the entry. We had to bounce off the VWAP. That's that, you know. I'm out of that trade. It's okay. I can always trade Amazon tomorrow, or the next day, or later today. It doesn't matter. Guys, Apple's at 198.60 right now. Yikes. Here comes your MSTR.
Yeah, I'm seeing it. I'm watching Wolf too. Should have bought some Wolf down there. Who knows though? When you back up the tape and you look at it, you don't see the V bottom recoveries, right? They just kind of happen right in front of you.
Yeah.
It's not
like, oh wait, where did that come from?
I mean, you look at Wolf on my screen. You could actually, you know, right now you could see it cupping at the bottom, right? But then you have a, you know, big huge run here, and it's like
they actually report this week.
Wolf.
Yeah, they report. Let me see, what day is it?
Or did they report?
3 days. So was that Thursday? Yeah, after the close, Wolf Speed reports. You're long? Of course.
I was long. I got stopped out. That was my losing trade of the day.
Oh, no, really?
Yep. And I actually had a winner. It was 1 penny from my out at $4.80. and I let it turn around and give me a loss.
Well, the Qs aren't giving up. They are putting the pedal down now. Let's see. Ooh, okay, okay.
Come on, baby. Let's get the whip out.
Speaking of, did you watch the races?
I did. I took. Who did I take? I took the 21 horse. Bayer starts with a B. Anyway, he finished third. My buddy picked the winning horse, which wasn't too hard. It was either, the favorite of the one next to it, one right next to it, which was Synergy. So I picked the 3 horse, well, number 21, but the 3rd place horse, and obviously no pay.
I was rooting for the journalist.
Yep. A lot of people were.
Yeah. It's just amazing to see those horses. They're all, just beautiful, beautiful horses, all of them.
I love the way that they build that thing up. It's just amazing.
Yeah. We should go next year.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's so much fun. I have not been. I've been to horse races. I've never been to the Derby. But it's just a lot of, it's a lot of build up for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Worse than a wedding.
Plenty. Well, yeah, and then there's plenty of races before and after, and if you're not paying attention, you go use the bathroom. You're like, wait, what? This is the race? Oh, whoops.
Yeah.
Justin Watts saying Amazon tested the morning market. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I just don't like that we're going sideways for this long. Like directionally, we should have made a choice, but we're just chopping around. So this is troubling. Directionally, we should have a move here soon, but I've been saying that since 10:30. So. I think we're going to see a lot more of this in markets. Like I'm seeing a lot more activity in pre and post markets, more so than the main session for a direction. And then that just kind of spoofs retail traders into either going short or long or whatever. And by then, you get your $2 stop, you get stopped. Or if you get your $1 stop, you stopped, whatever it is. And then a lot of these big institutions are trading hands after hours. So again, I'm seeing that a little bit more common. I mean, you could look at gap ups and gap downs. I mean, we'll use Bob as an example. Just the other day, market closes, boom, big gap up, right? Even today when they announced potentially this ADR whisper rumor, you saw how, it got down to what, 120, 123 on the dot. So just instant sell, boom, and then bought back up. So again, normal sessions are opportunities for big institutions to get to see order flow, order volume, buy, sell imbalances, push markets to those levels, stop out one direction and then turn around and do it the other way. Very common. I think it's getting more common now because I think there's more retail participation now. So it goes back to what we talked about. Pay yourself first, y'all. Pay yourself first.
Great rule of thumb. And just to share an example here, I preach it myself. I didn't do it, but on on Wolf today, I think the high of the day was 479, and I had a sell at 480, or I was going to sell. I'm not an automatic, just to see if I'm right here. And we got up here. Yeah, it shows 480. I didn't see it click 480 myself. So it gets up there and it's like I should have just let it go, selling into the strength of the move up towards quote unquote 480, but I didn't. And, you know, round number, it goes to show you how secure round numbers are, which is good. Z-car came up on a scan, okay. Oh, wow. What's the news on Z-car?
Not for me.
Yeah. If anybody has it, go ahead and short away. Doesn't last. Cue the disclaimer, right? I've seen that so many times.
There's always that. I mean, look at Microsoft though, just powerhousing its way higher.
Yep.
Likely going to lift markets if the cloud
Dow's
names,
green.
Google.
Dow's green. Nasdaq's down 105 or so.
I actually like Palantir here.
Haven't seen Palantir today.
1, 2, 3, 10. Let me see what that looks like. Let me watch order flow for a minute. I think one of our guys are long or short PLTR right now. I'm looking at it maybe for a long. All right, market fill. 1, 2, 3, 1, 6. Wah, wah. Terrible.
See if it fills the entire gap.
Yeah, PLTR, I want to see it around 125 for this move. So if we get over the 200 EMA, which is right above 123.43-ish, I'll add. And this Netflix trade's my big loser for the day. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Just waited for, even at that 130, would have saved myself some money on my entries, but that's okay. Said I'll probably hold this till Friday. I don't mind donating some money back, just not a ton. And I think Baba's trying to, again, they're buying the rumor. Until the news is real, buy the rumor. So that's good. I'll wait till it keeps pushing, and then maybe I get an entry at 130. Who knows? That might do it for me, though, Scott. I don't really want to trade a whole lot else. I might come back in the afternoon. We don't have a ton of news the afternoon, but I may just pop in just to see like what markets look like. If I end up taking a trade, I'll happily post. But I just don't. I've got Palantir long now, and it's running into this 200 EMA, which is fine. I need to see a push.
I'm going to babysit this MSTU trade. I mean, we get to 8:30, my day turns green, but we got a lot of work to do here, and you know the markets have recovered on the Dow. Nasdaq just kind of chugging along, just down about 109 points. A slow Monday.
Jeff's watching Hood. It looks like. Let me pull it up. Yeah, you know what's interesting? So Hood, what is UPST doing today? Because they report this week as well. UPST could be an interesting one. I might actually, I might take that trade. Let me see what everything looks like on that one. So they report on tomorrow after the close, UPST. I don't mind their business model. I guess more people start defaulting on their credit cards are going to have to turn to peer-to-peer lending. So that could be interesting. Baba's up at 127 almost now. By the rumor.
There goes your MSTR through the VWAP. Still watching this MSTU to see if we can do the same thing. About 10 cents away now. We get the bid up to 820. We should be able to do this here. 830 target.
Yeah, MSCR done. That's all you, Scott. I hope the thing takes the top off. You make a ton of money on it.
Yeah, I do too, boy. Be nice if it closed the gap all the way up to 8. What is that? 890, 885. You never know.
Yay, PLTR. 3 more cents, and there's an ad sitting up there for it. My position.
There goes the MSTU trade.
Oh, you better take off now, Palantir. Don't you dare pull back now. Take my ad and then dump? That would be terrible.
Yeah, no follow through at all.
That should have been a nice push there, but look at Netflix, though. That is amazing. And I'm on the wrong side of this thing. Jeez. Down $620. Thanks. It's all right. All right. I'm going to call it a little bit early today, guys. But again, couple losing trades, couple winning trades. The good news is I had a big winner in MSTR. Any of the dollars I gave back, it is what it is. This Netflix trade I'm going to hold till Friday. I mean, unless we literally close the gap, which if it moves up 22 points, bummer. The Baba trade I'll keep an eye on. I've got alerts up at 128 and 130. If we get that high, I'm going to probably, keep an eye on that chart. But in the meantime, hopefully if I don't see you guys this afternoon, I'll definitely see you tomorrow at the Open. Scott, appreciate you. Clifton, appreciate you being quick on the draw as always. See you guys tomorrow at the Open. Cheers. God bless.
Yep. Take care, TVG. Enjoy your day. Well, again, stocks like MSTR, and then you can see MSTU, they rejected that VWAP, got right up there. It's going to take a market recovery. I guess you could watch, the key to it here might be if we get the Qs up here, right, and you're watching the triple Qs. We're over the VWAP now. Can we close the gap, right? That's the key. Can we continue higher? There's the TQQQ. AMD, PayPal doing well today. NASDAQ trying to improve. Mm-mm-mm. I mean, market looks like it's believable right now. Should have thought about the TQQs earlier. Let's take a look at Tesla. He's just beaten down, beaten down at the lows right now. I'd probably stay away from Tesla today. See what Apple's doing. I mean, yeah, if you're going to do it here, you either do it right now or you wait till 200 breaks, or you just do it now and then add. Coming up on 11 o'clock Eastern time. Now Dow's up 40 points, 41 and a half points, and NASDAQ only down 90. Yeah, I mean, I just we'll see. Again, the market is going to have to drive some of these stocks. Microsoft kind of doing it on its own, but if the market turns, it'll be even better. Not doing a thing. Like I said, if you think we're at the bottom, then fine. It's okay to fish a little bit, but just don't go crazy. Do I see a trade? No, I don't. Maybe the TQQs, if it continues to get better. Hood over 48. Gonna have to wait and see. Where is the follow through? Let's go. Probably going to call it quits. I'll give it about 10 minutes here, then I think I'm going to be done. Yeah, we'll see. NASDAQ's only down 86 points now. Yeah, another level for MSTU. If it does get below 8, then anything up through 8 could be viable. Yeah, I mean that's what you get for watching watching the charts so close. Anytime you get a move in your direction, you start to get excited about it. But it's the chart will tell you if you're right or wrong. That VWAP doesn't lie. Like MSTU continues to be under the VWAP until the VWAP gets broken to the upside. It's going to be a nothing day for the stock. Okay, traders, not really having any fun here, just watching. I will see everybody tomorrow. Going to call it a day today. It's going to be a red day for me to start the week, unless somehow MSTU fires up. I'll be watching it from afar today. But everybody have a great rest of your day today. AMD coming up tomorrow. Got several coming up today after the bell, so let's watch out. Everybody have a great rest of your day. Clifton, thank you so much. Sorry, traders, we didn't have that great a day here in the room, but again, market kind of, I don't know, not really there for the big moves yet. We'll see if it happens here late morning, early afternoon. Anyway, take care. God bless you all. Godspeed. I'll see you all tomorrow. Everybody enjoy. Be safe. We'll talk to you then. Bye-bye.